Hereby call the special meeting of November 18th, 2025 to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck.
Here.
Vice Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Stokes.
Here.
Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Councilmember Bullock.
Here.
Mayor Beck, you have a quorum.
Thank you. The only item on the agenda today, for this part of the meeting anyway, is to go into an executive or to call for executive session. Do I have a motion for executive session?
Mayor, I'll motion.
First and a second. You guys are racing for each other. Please vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it's unanimous. We
Aye.
will go into executive session. 18th, 2025 study session to order. Will the clerk please note the roll? The first item on the agenda today is the mid-year financial review. For that presentation, I will now turn it over to city staff.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Kevin Burke, Deputy City Manager. Come before you tonight to do the mid-year financial review. This is, we do this every year. It's got two primary purposes. First, and they're both related to really setting the table for our next budget cycle. The first piece that we always cover is kind of a survey of the economic situation, and then the second part is kind of translating that into a forecast for what revenues we believe will be available in the upcoming budget. This year has proven very hard to really evaluate our current economic condition, let alone see into the future. This is reflective really in the split that you see at the Federal Reserve Board between those who are pushing for further rate cuts and those who are asking that the rate cuts hold firm. Really breaks down to kind of two different opinions of what's going on in the economy. Those who desire really a pause on any further cuts feel like the job market is pretty steady, but inflation remains high. And I can personally vouch for the inflation being high. Last week, went out for a happy hour appetizer and it was $12. That was the same appetizer was $7 2 years ago, now $12. And you can understand, happy hour appetizer, that is discount pricing that is calling Kevin to the store and it's still not there. Needless to say, I'll be back at Chili's next week. But inflation is a real issue. And Sean and Peter will show you some data regarding restaurant and retail sales collections and that Peorians are still going out to eat, but our revenue growth is not quite as robust as it's been in past years. And inflation is also a factor in our budget calculations as we're seeing inflation impacts on our health insurance and just the general cost of living is affecting our compensation calculations as we move forward. Now, those who want a more aggressive interest rate cut are arguing that inflation is under control and that tariffs are really just a transitory blip and will subside in the coming year. Their focus is on the slowing employment. And what they're pointing to are things, and we haven't had the data with the shutdown as prevalent, but there's a lot of private sector data that we're looking at that are indicating layoffs are increasing, hiring is slowing down to the point where there's some questions about job growth and what is going. The primary culprit that they're looking at is AI. They point to contractions that we're seeing in retail call centers, administrative support staff, IT positions, all experiencing that contraction. Amazon, Target are two prominent examples of some layoffs that have recently been announced, again, kind of in that retail sector that is seeing some contraction on employment, but not necessarily on their financial position. Now, on the flip side, Maricopa County, using our last available data in August, has an unemployment rate of 3.6%. That's beyond full employment. In fact, that is kind of the reverse of this concern on slowing. So it's not exactly a warning flag. And as a city itself, we are still having trouble filling certain positions and remaining wage competitive. So again, that becomes a consideration as we go into the next budget cycle, is remaining competitive in our salaries. So we'll dive into it a little bit deeper. Sean Kindle is our CFO. He will present more information on economic environment. Peter's our Deputy Finance Director. He will relate that economic data to our revenue forecast for fiscal year 2027 and talk about that impact on the budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sean.
Thank you, Kevin. Mayor, Council, pleased to be here tonight. So as we go through this, like Kevin said, we'll talk about an economic update, we'll do the financial forecast, and then we'll talk about next steps as far as the budget goes. So the first slide that I want to take a look at touches on GDP growth. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these slides in the interest of time that we have tonight, but I do want to highlight a couple of things with this. One is, if you look at the overall trend of this, it's still positive. The GDP is still growing. The economy is being resilient. We are looking at a little bit slower growth than what we've seen in the past few years. but it is still resilient, still growing. A couple of things to highlight on this. You may look at quarter one of 2025. You see a big dip in GDP, followed by a big rebound in the second quarter of 2025. Those are not really indicative of the economic activity of the country. It's more indicative of purchasing of imports to get ahead of tariffs in the first quarter, and then not purchasing as many imports in the second quarter. For GDP calculations, when you purchase imports, it reduces GDP. When you don't buy as many, it increases GDP. So it's really a reflection of that. We'll probably see some numbers come through depending on how tariffs work out, but it may be more reaction to tariff than actual economic activity. So if you kind of take that dip and the rebound out of it, that's where we're getting to. We're looking at growth somewhere just under 2% for this year is where most people are landing on GDP growth. That's a little bit slower than what we've seen, but it's still a positive thing. All right, the next thing that we'll look at is inflation. And as Kevin said, inflation is still real. It continues to run a little bit higher than the Fed target of 2%. And that's real dollars that are happening. That means prices are not going down anywhere with stuff. But what you will notice in this is once we got past that kind of post-pandemic surge in inflation that we had, it's been pretty steady for the last couple of years on what that rate is. It's been between the 2 to 3% range. It's just not getting down to that 2% range that the Fed is looking for, but it has been holding pretty steady. We did not see a big increase in inflation. We didn't see the big jump in inflation that people were worried about or concerned about with tariffs. Part of that is because the tariff policy has been rolling out. A lot of economists still think there will be some continuing inflation related to the tariffs. Mainly what we think we're seeing is we haven't seen the full impact of the tariffs yet. But because it's been kind of slowly growing into it, we don't expect to see a huge jump in inflation right now. We just expect it to continue kind of on pace above the levels that we're looking for or that the Fed is looking for. And then Kevin also mentioned employment picture that we have. On the national level, you can definitely see, if you look at the blue line on the chart, you can definitely see a decrease in employment growth that's been occurring. It's been slowing down over the last couple of years. It's clearly going in that direction, but it's still positive growth. It hasn't reached negative points yet. If you look at the Arizona line, you'll see there's a little bit more volatility there. It did go down a little bit into the negative, but now it's kind of bouncing back into the positives. Part of the reason that you see that is probably that Arizona recovered from the pandemic much faster than a lot of places in the country did. So because we had the recovery, this is percent change. So as things slow down, it looks like we're not growing as fast, but that's already because we already got a lot of those jobs that are there. So again, not a terrible picture, but we are seeing slowing in the economy. All right, the next thing I want to talk about is housing affordability and the impact that has. So I've got 4 charts up here that kind of highlight the things that impact housing cost and housing affordability. The first is median household income. So if you look at, and this is for Phoenix metro area, if you look at the median household income, you'll see that it has continued to rise for the last 10 years. Through the pandemic, there were no big spikes, no big jumps. It's just kind of a good steady rise that's been going on the median household income. That's good for housing affordability. You want that increasing income as you go. The next slide over in the top right corner there, you'll see median home price. Median home price was rising at a good steady pace until about the time the pandemic ended, and then you see a big spike in the home prices. That was probably due to some of the labor shortage, some of the supply chain issues that were happening in housing. causing those prices to increase a lot. It has now started leveling off a little bit. Currently, over the last couple of years, the median household income is actually growing at a faster rate than the housing price is, which helps to bring the affordability back in line. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to it. Interest rates in the bottom left corner, you can see what happened with those. They were running along 4%, a little over 4% for a few years. Took the dip down right before COVID and through COVID, down into the 2.9% range. And then interest rates shot up once the Fed, with the inflation issue post-COVID and the Fed started hitting the interest rates. You can see the big increase in interest rates that took place. So all of that comes down to median housing price or housing payments, okay, which is how we look at affordability. And you can see that from 2015 through 2020 or so, it was rising just slightly. Okay, so a regular house payment was going up a little bit. As incomes went up, as the home prices increased a little bit, we saw interest come down, so it held those payments pretty level. Then all of a sudden, everything blew up. Housing prices went up drastically at the same time as interest rates were going up, which drove payments way up. So what does all that mean? One of the measures for housing affordability is housing as a share of median income. Housing cost is a share of median income. So everything below the line, that red line is 30%. That's what's considered affordable housing cost. So if you're below 30%, that means that you have affordable housing, people are able to get into housing, and it creates disposable income for you because you're paying less in housing than what they consider an affordable range. Once you cross that red line going up, now you're into where housing affordability becomes an issue. And what that means is people are now spending more of their income on housing costs, which leaves them less disposable income. And what you'll see is this roughly correlates to what you'll see from Peter as a start when we started seeing the slowdown in our growth in local sales tax. Okay, so there is some correlation here that we think is tied together. If people are spending more on housing, they just don't have the money to go spend on other things with stuff. So that's why housing affordability really kind of is a big issue. You'll see that it went up to a point in 2023. It's come down a little bit since then. We expect with the Fed starting to cut rates that we'll see some decrease in the interest rates, which will help with that. Also, with housing prices are now growing at a slower rate than the income, which will also help with that affordability. So we're hoping to see this start to come down a little bit more towards that 30% and free up some disposable income. So with that, key takeaways from the economy. U.S. and Arizona economies continue slow, steady growth. Okay, we're not contracting, everything is still growing. We're doing good with that. Inflation remains higher than the target, but we have not seen significant increases based on the tariffs. We expect to see it kind of continue at that somewhat elevated rate, but not the huge rates that we saw a year or two ago. Employment growth is slowing, but again, remains positive. We're still growing. We haven't seen contraction of total employment yet. So it's still in the positive range. And then housing affordability, we should see some improvement in housing affordability as housing costs are slowing down a little bit in their increases. Median income is still going, and we should be starting to see some lower interest rates as the Fed starts to act. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter, and he's going to talk about how that impacts Peoria and the budget.
Thanks, Sean. Good evening, Mayor and Council. And the time I have, I'm going to talk about how our revenues have been impacted by. Better turn this on, shouldn't I? I'm going to talk about how our revenues have been impacted by what Sean's been talking about in the economy, as well as how that translates into our financial forecast going forward. Not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. It's just a reminder of how our general fund breaks down in terms of revenues, with really three major revenues making up about 2/3 of our total revenues. Those are local sales tax, state shared sales tax, and state shared income tax. So I'm going to spend a little time on each of these just so to give you an idea of what's been going on with them. Starting first with local sales tax revenues. As you know, we saw unprecedented revenue growth for a couple of years in 21 and 22. That has since changed quite a bit. In the last 3 years, we saw just 4.6% growth in 23, then down to 2.1 in 24, and then last year, 4.9. And even though that 4.9 is pretty average for what we've seen historically, it's a little deceiving when we drill down into the different categories that make that up. Our two biggest categories are retail and restaurants and bars. And those two categories grew at 3.4% and 2.5% for the year. So well below average. How were we able to come in at 4.9% growth? It was because of a 60% increase in construction contracting. And we dove into that a little bit. The only thing we could really see was that it was driven by residential housing construction. We had a big year of construction in that sector last year, and that's what drove that increase and kind of made up for not a very good year in retail and restaurants, bars. This is something we look at closely every month as the collections come in. This chart shows 18 months worth of history. The blue bars represent year-over-year percent change. And then the orange line is a 12-month rolling average. You can see that the line starts to dip down beginning right around the end of last year, beginning of this calendar year. That can be partially explained by the loss of the residential rental, which happened right around that time. But it's not the full story, and as we look at what's happened in the first 3 months of this fiscal year, the trend isn't very good. In August, our sales tax collections dropped 10% compared to the previous year, and then in September, another 7%. That's a little concerning, especially since our forecast for the year is 2.5%. So if we continue to see that kind of a trend, we would need to relook at the forecast and possibly adjust it down, which would have negative consequences on how much available money we have in the general fund. Okay, turning our attention to state shared sales tax, the slowdown is a little bit more pronounced here. You can see 23, we had growth of 3.8%, then 2%, and then, 2.6% in 23, 3.8% in 24, and 2% in 25. So that's an average of 2.8% growth. That's well below average, and it's interesting. Usually, state shared sales tax revenues outpace the growth of our local sales tax, but we're actually in a situation where we're higher than what the state is seeing. And again, we attribute it to what's going on in northern Peoria and all the construction that's happening. Looking out a little bit into the next year, the number we have in the forecast is actually a 1% decline. This is a number we get from the League of Arizona Cities. It tends to be pretty accurate, and collections of state shared sales tax for the first quarter of the year have tracked that projection from the league. So we do expect to receive less money from the state in terms of sales tax that's shared with cities this year compared to last year. And then the third big or major revenue source is urban revenue sharing, or state shared income tax. This, as you know, has been a more fuzzy area for the last few years with the implementation of the flat tax. What you're seeing here on the blue bars is actual collections of revenues in dollar terms. And what jumps out here, at least to me, is that we had a $10 million decrease between FY24 and 25. You might remember we talked about this. We expected it. This is the impact of the flat tax coming fully into effect, that tax decrease. So it wasn't a surprise to us. We treated that $10 million difference as one time, and that went into our one-time pot. Looking ahead, the yellowish bars there, the blue bars are what I just showed you. The yellowish bars are revenues that we know we will get in FY '26 and '27. We know it because this is based on collections that happened 2 years prior. So you can see we're going to have another slight decrease in '26, and then it bounces back in FY '27. And then the orange bars on the right are what we are putting as our baseline forecast. So we're putting this at $40 million. That may still be a little conservative, admittedly, but we're still a little unsure of the performance of this particular source of revenue. If you look at this, what's still very hard for me to believe is that we're talking about a $40 million base. Just 5 years after FY '22, we were at $25 million. It's a huge increase in the base revenue, which is good, and the numbers bear that out, but we're still a little cautious about what we want to count on there. But we have bumped that up to the $40 million is higher than where we were last year, so that did help the forecast. Okay, so how does this translate into the forecast for the coming year and the 5 years beyond that? Just talking about the general fund, here are our major forecast assumptions. I talked already about the 2.5% growth that we're projecting in local sales tax revenues for '26, something we need to keep an eye on. We just talked about the $40 million base for urban revenue sharing. We have a 10% increase in healthcare costs built into the forecast. We have seen in the first couple months of this fiscal year that our claims costs have been coming in higher, so it's not totally inconceivable that it could be higher than the 10% for this year, but we'll keep an eye on that. We continue to benefit from higher interest rates, which have helped us to get out of some lower yielding investments and into some higher yielding ones. We're treating a lot of that as one time because we don't know where this is going to go after 5 years with interest rates, but that has been a help to the forecast. In terms of employee compensation, which is a huge factor in the overall forecast, we have included annual merit increases for all employee groups, but not any COLA or market adjustments. Now, we are in the middle of negotiations with many of our labor groups, and that'll be coming to council soon. But as far as what's in the forecast, it's just the merit increases for '27 and beyond. And then finally, we do include ongoing O&M costs that come with CIP projects in the existing 10-year CIP. Okay, so looking at general fund revenues, this is not very exciting, but this is just showing very modest growth in general fund revenues in total year after year. When I bring in the expenditure projection, which is in white, you can see there is a positive gap between the two, and then dollar value of that gap is shown above. This is a good thing, obviously, and this is only ongoing revenues compared to ongoing expenditures. We've taken out all one-time revenues and expenditures from this. So what this says is we have about $3.3 million in ongoing financial capacity over the next 5-year period, or about $600,000 per year. It's not a lot. It's less than definitely what we've been looking at the last few years. It's not so different from what we saw leading up into the COVID years. So what we're seeing is definitely a slowdown in revenues and less financial capacity overall in the general fund. And then one time, we do still have a very healthy one-time fund balance over and above our reserves of about $60 million. So that gives us some flexibility to work with. I want to spend a couple minutes talking about half-cent sales tax, this half-cent sales tax fund. This is a different story. For years, we had been accumulating fund balance here for a major economic development play. You can see that from between FY '17 and FY '25, we went from about $15 million to $70 million of a fund balance. And then with the Peoria Innovation Core that was made public in August and the infrastructure investments and land purchases that came with that deal, we are projecting by the end of this year, FY '26, if we spend everything that's budgeted, we would see our fund balance go down to a little less than $10 million. That's entirely expected. That's something we've been working for and planning for, so it's not a bad thing at all. What it does mean is that we probably need to leave this fund alone for a couple years and let the fund balance build back up so that 2 or 3 years down the line, we have capacity again for not only economic development, but public safety, the Peoria Sports Complex, and the other things we typically use half-cent for. As you know, water, wastewater, and solid waste are some of the most important and the most expensive operations of the city. The city council approved the rate adjustments that are summarized on this chart, and they took effect in July 1st. Those revenues are coming in as expected, and we adopted the rates for a 2-year cycle, so this fiscal year as well as next fiscal year. And obviously, those rate adjustments come with a spending plan behind them, so it is important as we go through the FY27 budget cycle that we stay within those plans and don't add additional spending that would cause future rate increases because of that. Now, we do know that the city's water security goals will require substantial future infrastructure investments that are not in the current CIP or the current rate model, so there is a lot of financial planning we need to do around advanced water purification and some other things, and we'll be working on that for the next rate cycle. But I think it's reasonable to expect that there will be further rate adjustments for those things in the future. Okay, so just key takeaways from the city's revenue picture and forecast is economic growth is definitely slowed, but there is very little noise out there among economists about any kind of a recession. So it seems that that's pretty unlikely, so we're definitely not expecting that or forecasting that. It has caused our tax revenue growth to fall off quite a bit, and we're seeing below average historic revenue collections. The general fund, like I said, we do have $30.3 million in ongoing capacity over the next 5 years and continue to have substantial one-time resources. It really, to us, it feels like we either have entered or we're entering a different era of maybe low growth stability where we continue to have growth, but it's not what it has been and doesn't result in the same kind of capacity that we've had. Like I said, we do need to now let the half-cent sales tax kind of rebuild itself back for a couple years, and then we're on the rate path and spending that is set for 27 and need to stay within that with future needs there to adjust rates to accommodate some of the goals we have. And then in terms of next steps, we're following the same process we have the last couple of years. Departments are right now working on their budget requests. Those are due in early January. We'll spend the better part of January between the executive team and finance talking to the departments about the requests, and then in February balancing those out with the goal of submitting a recommended budget to the City Council in March ahead of the scheduled budget study sessions March 25th and 26th. And with that, I think I'll turn the time back over to Kevin.
So I'll just wrap up, which is that, again, our kind of message is that we do expect revenue growth to continue, but be on the minimal side. The economic development investment that we've made in FY26 is going to show up more on our construction side of our retail sales tax in year 1. The true returns are probably in years 2, 3, 4 down the road as we go forward. So consequently, our expenditures in the general fund for FY27 are going to be on the low side, but still noteworthy as we move forward. And I guess under that, guys, as you have expenditure interests in this next coming budget, this is really the time of the year to get with myself, Peter, Sean, about what those are looking like as we start to put everything on the table and formulate a budget going into January and February of next year. So with that, I'll defer to any questions you may have. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah.
Councilor Bullock.
First of all, thank you very much. You actually brought back bad memories of my degrees in economics from University of Arizona, and you just had bad flashbacks of my final and my senior year going through all these graphs and charts and Lafleur curves and everything, and then had to be tested on it. So thank you, gentlemen, for that. What you really, and you kind of hit on it a little bit, Kevin, this is a justification, if none else, for diversification of a sales tax base. we talk about the North Peoria Gateway, we talk about the Peoria Innovation Corps and other projects throughout other council members' districts. And a lot of times it's met with resistance, totally get it. But for the longest time, Peoria, and I've lived here 23 years, love it, it was a bedroom community. And our residents, the number of residents is going up while our sales tax base is flatline. And so you're getting more and more people moving here, great, but there's not commensurate amenities for them to spend their money on. They go to Surprise, to Prasada, they go to other parts of town, guilty here. My wife and I are both guilty of doing that. So this of anything else, yes, it's lean, it's tight, but for residents and anybody else outside the city who's saying, why are you doing all this? If we do not diversify our amenity and sales tax base, we will suffer dramatically in not only this cycle, but future cycles. So again, thank you for presenting this. I know we took a lot of hits for some of the forward thinking that we did, took some of the risks, but if we don't, we're gonna be coming back a couple years from now and it's gonna get even uglier. So we have to buckle up, we have to hold on, and we have to diversify what we're doing. And I appreciate you seeing that from a financial point of view as well as from a development point of view. So it's noticed and appreciated. Thank you.
Councilor Crawford?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a quick question, mainly for clarification for somebody that this information might be new to. Did our spending with the half cent impact our utility enterprise funds? And why or why not? If you could help maybe define so people watching or people here understand the correlation.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Crawford, thanks for the question. Absolutely not. This is what's known as fund accounting, right? So you have different funds with different responsibilities and then different accounting with, or same accounting, but just different things that can be charged against it. So with the half cent, again, that is dedicated to three primary principles. It's economic development, public safety, and the sports complex. Those are the three things that can be spent out of the out of the half cent sales tax. It was spent for its purposes of economic development. We saved for that purpose. We used it for that purpose, and now we rebuild. Doesn't affect any other part of the budget when we do that sort of thing. Utilities, particularly water and sewer, are again their own enterprise fund. Those costs are strictly driven by those operations. I hope that answers your question. Okay, thank
I almost thought you said fun accounting, not fun
you.
accounting.
Yeah, it can be.
It can be, only on Tuesdays, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm going to echo some of the other remarks. I think it's very pertinent that we made this investment in the future using this half cent sales tax and actually purchasing the state land because of the direction that we're going as a city and making sure that we do have a diversified income base, especially as we lose rent tax and some of these other pieces. A lot of citizens may not necessarily see that those income streams are being pulled away or reduced in some way. So being able to control our own future where other cities will not be able to do that because they don't have that capability that we have with the PIC. The PIC is a substantial capability for us, not only bringing citizens in and bringing job growth in 3,000 to 4,000 jobs over the next couple of years, but also, and then those people spending money and fuel and all those types of things, whether they're buying food or, lunch on Four Corners or dinner or whatever it is. But it also has to do with the construction sales tax and the implementation. So, great presentation. Thank you. Dire. Positive.
No, but if I could just add, Mayor, you're absolutely right. I mean, again, local sales taxes is our biggest revenue source, but we also experienced a lot of leakage, and it was not the most productive when you compare what our sales tax is at the rate it is against other cities. We were not being as productive. So between the PIC from an employment side and from the NPG on a lot of retail sales, both are huge investments to our future and are really setting a different trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to remind citizens the more they spend at home, the better off it is for the city. So, yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Next on the agenda is study session is update on the Peoria Innovation Corps. For that presentation, I will now turn that over to city staff.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Hawkes. I'm the Planning Director, City of Peoria. Tonight, I wanted to give the council a brief update of where we are on the entitlement effort for what we call the Peoria Innovation Core. As you know, over the last few years, we've cultivated a relationship with the State Land Department that has borne fruit. Last year, as you recall, we were successful in annexing and entitling the North Peoria Gateway along the Loop 303 corridor. We also approved a landmark IGA with the State Land Department that not only provided for a reimbursement mechanism for public infrastructure in the Peoria Innovation Core, but also established the city as the lead land planning and entitlement efforts in this area. So what I'll do tonight is I'll deliver a more concise presentation, but we'll jump to some of the good stuff, the things that we've been doing in land planning, things that we'll call determinants that inform land use, the land use picture in this area. We'll talk about, we'll show you core plans for each of the 3 areas within the Peoria Innovation Core, and then we'll talk about how to stay informed and next steps in this process. Okay, as I mentioned, really the launch of this project started with the intergovernmental agreement that was passed last year. And that, as I mentioned, that also established a couple things within that established a program for phase design, construction, and reimbursement of public infrastructure. And that public infrastructure has already started along Lake Pleasant Parkway and near the new Amcor site in what we call Core 2. The second part of that IGA provided the responsibility for the city to lead the land planning and zoning efforts of the Peoria Innovation Core, and this is consistent with the flexible zoning structure. So this is a process that's similar to what we did with the North Peoria Gateway. The difference was that in that endeavor, the State Land Department led, and we were a partner. Here, we are leading the land planning effort in consultation with the State Land Department. Okay, so talking about the Peoria Innovation Core. So what you see on the screen in brown, it's roughly 7,280 acres. That's the Peoria Innovation Core. It's essentially all of the state land east of the Agua Fria River that's within the city. So it's all that land that's north of Pleasant Valley and West Wing Mountain. At 11.3 square miles, just to give you a relative picture, it's approximately just a little bigger than Bastancia Master Plan Community, just to give you a size perspective there. It occupies, of course, a strategic position. It is within a 10-mile drive of the TSMC plant. It is also along the emerging Loop 303 corridor, and so just occupies a strategic position here. So the purpose of the master plan would be to understand all of the things that inform land use and to create the underlying zoning. So zoning tells us what we can do on the property, what are the appropriate land uses, what are the development standards that would apply. And in this sense, we would create, again, what the state land calls a flexible zoning bank. So essentially, it is a zoning structure that allows for development options on a parcel so that over time, when auctions come up, they have a structure that is ready for market responsiveness. What I mean by that is you have a parcel that's designated for residential or commercial. Based on the market conditions at the time of auction, they could choose one of those options there. So it provides that flexibility. It's not altogether dissimilar for what we have in other master plan communities like Estancia or Saddleback, where there are development options built into that zoning program here. So why this is important for the city is that this creates a cohesive strategy and a cohesive vision for this area. This is likely to be the last master plan community in Peoria, because when you think about available land basis, there's very little left of that. And so this is an important area. This is kind of that next horizon of growth that we'll see. And as we talked in the earlier presentation about diversification of our economy, this is a critical area to help fulfill and advance that need. Also, by doing a master plan, this avoids a piecemeal approach, rather, where you might have areas that may be auctioned off without a relationship to the larger picture. So this all basically scoops up this land area in one large analysis and master plan. And more importantly, by entitling or zoning the land, it initiates or incentivizes the land for public auction. So it unlocks land for future development, which is what we need, because potentially, as we talked in past discussions, we have very little available vacant land for advancing economic development objectives. So this is an important project here. As we talk about some of the what we call the key planning determinants, I realize as you look at the picture on the right, there's a lot going on there. It's a noisy exhibit, and perhaps it's intended to be that way. And what this tells us, there's a lot in the Peoria Innovation Core. So this is an area that has the Agua Fria River to contend with, the new river corridors. We have FEMA wash corridors crisscrossing throughout the property, drainage solutions that we have to resolve. We have 2 canals. We have utility corridors, high-pressure natural gas, overhead power lines, substations, and a variety of other critical areas. So as I mentioned, these attributes, they not only inform the level of access that a parcel may have, but also it also informs what might be appropriate land use and transitions as we look at the land use picture. But another takeaway as we look at this is that approximately 1/3 of the Peoria Innovation Core is not developable. So this comes in the form of floodways, utility corridors, and slope areas. So in some vein, while they may be seen as constraints, there are also opportunities. There are opportunities for open space. There are opportunities for connectivity throughout the community through trail corridors, or used as separation between different land use types. So additionally, we should understand that within developable areas, we have regulations in place to protect critical areas. So we already have regulations on the books that protect resources in critical areas. We have floodplain management regulations. We have a desert lands ordinance that protects cultural areas and other sensitive areas and steep slopes. So all that to say that there's a balance between the developable program and protection of the natural environment that would apply here. So getting into the land use picture, we broke up the Peoria Innovation Core into 3 core areas. So the southern area in green, we call Core 1. That's about 1,900 acres. That's essentially located south of Loop 303. We have what is called Core 2, 845 acres. That's the area in yellow that the city was the successful bidder back in August. And then what we call Core 3, the larger area north of the CAP, that's about roughly 4,500 acres. So what we've been doing within the first 6 months is we've been doing a lot of technical studies, understanding the constraints and technical requirements of that. We have built what we call bubble plans for these 3 core areas, and that's what I'll show you this evening. And the purpose of the bubble plans is, based on all of these determinants, is to identify what are potential land use strategies for each parcel. And these, the land use picture then is used to inform the technical studies that are already underway. We're doing wastewater analysis. We're doing a traffic impact analysis. We're doing a power demand study. We're doing a trails master plan. So there's a number of technical studies that are part and parcel of a zoning entitlement. Okay, so we'll break this down into 3 core areas, but this is what the pick would look like writ large with all the land use types. I'll go into some of the color assignments and what that means and what that feels like. Let's start with Core 1 first. So again, this is the area south of the Loop 303. So overall, we noted that this is an area, there are some sensitive areas that are within some of the areas in this Core 1. There are some slope conditions that we have to contend with, and there are some access constraints as well. We did note that there is a national home builder. They do have an application in with the State Land Department for the southern 810 acres. So looking at the graphic there, that's the area in blue there, the 810 acres as well there. So it's important as we look at the land use picture, we want to make sure we have compatible edge or boundary conditions with the residential communities to the south and east, right? Pleasant Valley and West Wing. That's an important transition point there. So it's important as we transition in the product type and the density as you move closer to Loop 303, because with the Loop 303 and Lake Pleasant, that's part of the future economic development landscape for the city of Peoria. So we want to make sure that we have the right land uses in place there, that we're protecting those areas and avoiding perhaps some of the mistakes that were made years ago along the Loop 101, where we've got a number of residential locations along that corridor. So going in a little bit more detail, particularly with Core 1. So if we start from the south, this is that boundary condition there. So that's the light yellow. And so what we've identified here is traditional residential. So what that calls for is detached single family, 2 to 5 units per acre. Now that happens to be exactly what you have on the other side in Pleasant Valley and West Wing. You have what Pleasant Valley has 2 units per acre is their density. And with West Wing, the abutting parcel, it's 2.7 units per acre. So this would be a reasonable transition as you move north of that area. And then going into that yellow area, so this is an area that you have to contend with slopes, wash conditions, sensitive areas. And so this is where some of the flexibility is built in. So this is still only residential, but it could be potentially traditional residential or what we call suburban residential. Now these are land use categories that are within our general plan. So this would allow for detached single family, 2 to 5 units per acre, but it would also allow for other product types, varied lot sizes and moderate densities. But again, all residential would be part of that area in yellow there. And then this peculiar area off on Lone Mountain to the west, it abuts a BLM property to the north, to the west there. So this is a difficult one where you've got a bifurcation of it with Lone Mountain Parkway. You've got, again, some sensitive areas and some washes. So this is an area where the land use strategy has been for suburban residential or urban residential. And because of these determinants here, it really restricts on what you can develop there. So the land use picture is looking at moderate density single family, perhaps some clustering might be appropriate with some townhomes or some multifamily. But again, it's all going to have to contend with those sensitive area and constraints that we identified. And then as you move north, again, this is part of that application that the National Home Builder has. This is what you have in brown here. Up here now, you're getting closer to the Loop 303 corridor, so you want to have some transitional, some appropriate residential transition areas. So here, the land use picture is looking at suburban residential, urban residential, or potentially commercial, and that's where you have the flexibility here. So this would allow for all residential product types and densities, or potentially commercial if it makes sense in this area, because your edge condition then is abutting more employment-focused areas. And then if we go along the Loop 303 corridor there, again, our primary objective here is to preserve employment and commercial opportunities. So the areas that you see in purple, this would not allow for any residential. We want to preserve that frontage for economic development opportunities there. But there's also some land use flexibility built in. So there happens to be a brand new collector we've identified called Montgomery Road. It's about half mile south of the Loop 303. It'll be a new roadway someday. But there is some land use flexibility there along Lake Pleasant, potentially employment and maybe some residential opportunities there. Now, as you go west of 96, now 96th Avenue is the western arterial, and there are access considerations to contend with. There is the Agua Fria River, so there's all kinds of constraints there. So that's where you want to retain some flexibility, and we have identified employment, maybe commercial, maybe cluster residential. And also, looking on the other side, east of Lake Pleasant Parkway, you have well, it's a big triangle, but along the 303, great visibility, really tough access, right? How do you get there? Any access point into this area is challenging because of the location from the Loop 303. We have to work with the ADOT and our traffic team to identify appropriate access there. But because of its difficult access, it's probably suited for low-level employment, maybe commercial, I don't know, but something that probably doesn't generate a lot of trips in that area until we can identify an appropriate traffic solution. So now moving into Core 2, this is again the city property. The city won the auction back in August for all of the 845 acres, so we hold a certificate of purchase for this area. So Amcor would occupy the lower bluff within this area, and they would seed employment growth in this area. So one thing to note is on a large portion of this, there is a residential restriction that's part of the deed restriction around the Amcor project there. But largely, this is an employment area. So when you look at the purple, we are looking at employment opportunities there. As you move above the bluff and nearer to Lake Pleasant Parkway, that's where commercial and regional mixed-use opportunities would be very appropriate. And then on the western side in yellow, that's a tough area over there because a lot of that is consumed by the Agua Fria River. But as you move west of it, really the only way to access it is through Bard Ranch or through the properties to the west, which are low density. So we think probably in that area, some residential makes sense there because you have to contend with access and you have to contend with the adjacent uses to the west there. Okay. And then moving north of the Cap Canal, this is where we're talking about roughly 5,000 acres up here. This is where perhaps the crystal ball is less clear. This is perhaps quite a bit in the future. But again, what we had to contend with were a lot of things like the Waddell Canal that crisscrosses through the property, overhead power lines along Dove Valley Ranch Road. You have a Morgan substation up in the northwest corner. And so as you look at the western half, you have all these things that really you have to contend with, but in some areas you have some flat land. So that might suggest the appropriateness of employment or an industrial focus. Again, areas where you see in purple that are, again, they're located away from residential, they're close to power lines and substations. Perhaps that makes sense. Another thing we want to point out too, is if you look at in the middle where the former glider airport was located at SR 74 and Lake Pleasant Parkway, we identified that perhaps that's a great opportunity for a master plan community, for residential, commercial opportunities, probably some public facilities. Because if you think about the land use picture overall in the Peoria Innovation Core, a lot of the energy and a lot of the focus really is along the Lake Pleasant Parkway and Loop 303. And so rather than cannibalizing that, how can we support really an area that is the gateway to Lake Pleasant Parkway, an area that really could be, I think, a super cool area for a master plan community up there. And then when you think about the southern area, the southern quarter, really along Lake Pleasant Parkway and east of that parkway as well, really that's where you see a lot of flexibility. You're contending with wash conditions. So we see a mix of commercial and residential opportunities. Again, you have to contend with some of those various determinants that are part of that. Okay, so let me just go to how to stay informed. So right now, we are, as you can see, we've got a good idea what the land use picture is. We're working right now on the development regulations that would support a future Peoria Innovation Core rezoning application. So the regulations are what's important and what's informed by the land use picture here. So what we're in the process of finalizing right now is a PIC project website. So this is be a website that is hosted by our consultant. It'll be linked from a couple areas on our city website, and this is where we're going to post all of our project materials here. So anything that occurs, any notification, any new materials that we will drop on the website, it'll be available to the public. We will also have a hotline built in. If you have any questions, there's a contact form you can make comments. And as we get questions on the project, we're gonna build a frequently asked questions link here. We expect this project website will be up prior to Thanksgiving, so next week. So we are in the final throes of that. Meanwhile, we're also developing a virtual information session. So this is a recorded webinar that we're putting together. And this is something that will be an initial foray in our engagement strategy, but this is something that any member of the public can access at your convenience. So it's not at a set time. You can look at it at your convenience. You can rewind and reevaluate information. But we're going to deliver information about the project, really the what and whys. Why are we doing this? Why is this important? How does this all fit together? And what does this mean to me? So that's going to be part of the information session. Again, that piece of it will also be, we're looking to complete that prior to Thanksgiving as well. And we're looking to link that or provide that also on the project website. We'll also work through the council office and through our own Office of Communication to make sure that we have information that goes out to the community so they understand how to access information. So that's where we are today. It's an exciting project. Again, it's a generational project. I'm happy to be part of the team, and I just see a lot of good things in the future here. Next steps, we are going to have a study session with the Planning Commission on Thursday. Again, I talked about the website and the information session. We're looking to file the official zoning or PCD application in December. We're looking to host a in-person community meeting in mid-January. We haven't quite selected the date or location yet, but we're going to wrap that up pretty soon. And as you look forward, we are looking at a series of public hearings, a couple on the Planning and Zoning Commission in the February-March timeframe, And then we're looking to come back to ask for your consideration in mid-March on St. Patrick's Day. And with that, Mayor and Council, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, can you go back 2 slides to the map that had, there you go, right there. So what's on here? Are you going to have additional information about the future links to expansion of SR 74? Because I know there's some talks with Maricopa government of expanding Highway 74. So I'd like to see some kind of linkage to where if somebody's coming out here and looking and wants to know about the PIC, that they'll also have some links to the projects within Highway 74.
Mayor, Councilmember Edwards, that's a great point. That is certainly a link that we already show on our general plan. It's a link that the state land department and the city of Phoenix would like to see as well. I think that'd be a great question to answer as part of our FAQs. We'll certainly do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Bullock.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick comment and just clarification. And first of all, to yourself and Deputy City Manager Mike Faust, thank you very much for spending an unholy number of hours with me going through this process over the past couple months to make sure I understand it. And thank you, and I'm saying this on behalf of my constituents in the Mesquite District. Thank you both and your team for being very open to the comments I'm receiving, personal opinions, desires, hopes, and dreams for this. Because as I talked to you even this past week in our 18th call or whatever it was on this, the 3 big things I'm hearing that I personally agree with 100% is logical and purpose-formed open space. Not just, oh, hey, there's a wash right there, let's build around it. But no, building it into and creating a larger vision for trails and parks and open spaces that actually make sense, enhancing, of course, what's already there that Mother Nature left us. And the second thing is a mix of housing. And the mix of housing really has two kind of qualifications is, first of all, it's commensurate with what's already there. The initial concern I got was, hey, you're just going to build a bazillion apartments up there. It's going to look like Los Angeles. Nothing against Los Angeles. But no, that's not what we're doing. And you took that to heart. And the way it was designed and set up, there'll be a good mix of housing that is commensurate with the price point and look and feel of the area, but still allow for a mix of people to move in. Maybe my 29-year-olds can move in and stop bothering me about moving back home with us. And then the third thing is the concern, which you took to heart right away, of, again, sometimes things start because something happens somewhere else. We just hope it doesn't happen here. But we'll call that factory housing right next to Amcor. And I heard a lot about that, 100% agree with it. And thank you also for taking that to heart and saying, no, we're not going to do a bunch of non-commensurate factory housing. That's a terrible term for it, but you get what I'm saying, where it's just kind of inexpensive, cheap housing for employees in a factory. And that's not what's going to happen. So I appreciate mixing that all in, taking it to heart, and coming up with a solution that I think really meets the needs of the constituents, also makes sense for the city, and also gives us a future plan that we can look forward to and go. And again, my last comment that I had made to you a couple months ago was, I want to be able to look back 10 years from now and go, that's pretty. What we did looks really beautiful. We did it right. And that's the way it should have happened, unfolded as we planned. And the citizens all believe and understand because they do deserve a seat at the table. So anyway, appreciate yourself and Mike Faust for taking that to heart, coming back with something that really makes sense. And I'm excited about helping to promote this to my constituents. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
All right. With that being no further business, I hereby declare the study session adjourned. Thank you. Welcome to Peoria City Council meeting. I hereby call the meeting of November 18th, 2025 to order. Those who are able to stand, just pause for 1 second. Please stand for the invocation. We do not have a pastor tonight, so I'm going to ask for something a little bit different. As we come into the season, I'm going to ask for just personal reflection, just time for personal reflection tonight of both, I think, everything during the season that comes in, both during Thanksgiving and Christmas. I think it is very common for us to not think about other people or other families, and I think that that's what we should be looking at and thinking about how we can actually help and assist other families throughout the city and throughout the valley. And then also, how can we actually give grace to our neighbor a little bit, and how can we actually give grace to other family members a little bit in this time. So we'll take some time then, and then we'll actually then we will do the pledge. Thank you. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck,
Here.
Vice Mayor Crawford,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn,
Here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Stokes,
Here.
Councilmember Dunn,
Here.
Councilmember Bullock,
Here.
Council Youth Liaison Felicia Hawley, Council Youth Liaison Anika Navgari. Mayor Beck, you have a quorum.
Thank you. If anyone would like to address the council about a matter, please, this is your last call to submit a speaker request form, which can be found at the entrance of the room to the clerk at this time. Presentation. First, I would like to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Michael Finn to present the certificates of appointment for newly appointed boards and commission members.
Yeah, we want photos. Heck yeah. Who doesn't want a photo with Mayor Pro Tem? Right. Yeah, right. Okay, let me get my old man glasses back on here. We're going to start with Youth Advisory Board, where we have Bridge Kapadia. Come on up here, young man. Did I pronounce it correctly? Kapadia. I gave him my best shot. Next, we have Joe Klur for the Veterans Board. And next, we have Nicholas McMullen, Citizens Commission on Salaries for Elected Officials. Congratulations. Love that jacket. I couldn't pull it off, but I love it.
Mike wanted another photo. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right. Next, I would like to invite the HR Program Coordinator, Mary Pat Daly Heiler, to present the City Peoria Ignite Impact Employee of the Year.
Thank you. Are we on?
Is that on?
It is, okay. I didn't want to yell into the microphone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm Mary Pat Daly Hiller, Program Coordinator in the Human Resources Department, as the Mayor indicated, and I am thrilled to introduce to you this evening the Ignite Impact Employee of the Year Program Award. The Ignite Impact Award was conceptualized originally by City Manager Henry Darwin earlier this year as a new annual employee recognition program. It's designed to highlight one exceptional team member who exemplifies the city's core values: professional, ethical, open, responsive, innovative, and accountable. A unique feature of this program is that employees are nominated by their peers, by their coworkers. So it's a true peer-to-peer recognition program. When the nomination window opened earlier this year, we were pleased to receive 29 nominations for 23 employees. The nominations were reviewed by the deputy city managers, who made recommendations to City Manager Darwin, and City Manager Darwin made the final selection, and the first award was given at the annual Fall Employee Appreciation event at the end of October. I think Okay. The next slide is going to show us the names of the 23 nominees. Maybe. This is the last time I asked Christine to do anything.
She was a little trigger happy with that thing. She's
There
like,
we go.
look, this thing moves
There we
everything.
go. Yeah. Those are the 23 nominees. They represent 9 of the city departments and a wide range of positions. No, this is good. Stay right here. Don't move. Okay. From the 23 nominees, City Manager Darwin selected 4 finalists and 1 winner. The 4 finalists are Officer Christopher Babros, Planning Manager Cody Gleason, Application Systems Analyst Karen Cangialosi, and Utility Supervisor Justin Collum, all remarkable employees. And finally, Jill Thompson, Library Branch Supervisor. She was selected as the recipient of the inaugural Ignite Impact Award. And she's in the back. I'm going to ask her to, oh, here she is. Yeah, come on up. We're so proud of you. Jill is a 28-year city employee whose daily actions and character reflect the city's core values. While all the employees who were nominated really stand out and reflect the city's exceptional employees, Jill's nomination was head and shoulders above the rest. Over the past year, Jill led a significant refresh of the second floor of the Peoria Main Library. The centerpiece of this project was the creation of the Library Launchpad, a flexible, community-driven space featuring meeting rooms, classrooms, and innovative work areas. The Launchpad supports local entrepreneurs, students, and residents by providing resources for collaboration, professional development, and wellness. Under Jill's leadership, the space now includes exercise bikes and walking pads that allow users to read or work while staying active, especially noteworthy during the summer months. Her vision and dedication have significantly enhanced the library's ability to serve the Peoria community. So Jill is here, and Mr. Darwin is going to present her with her award.
Yeah, please, up around here. Thank you. No photo bomb.
Those are- Try to get it. Congratulations. We now move to the regular meeting agenda, consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are routine in nature and will be enacted by one motion unless a request for removal has been received to prior approval. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
First and seconded. Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And it passes 7-0. Thank you. We now move to the regular agenda, and to introduce new business, I now recognize Mr. City Manager, Mr. Henry Darwin, to introduce 21R.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, agenda item 21R, we have Chris Hallett, our NHS Director, is to discuss the procurement and implementation of dispatching software for the replacement of the WeRide microtransit service and the operational changes to reduce reliance on Valley Metro. Chris.
Thank you, Manager Darwin and Mayor and Council. Happy to be here. Good evening. We're here once again to continue the conversation about Peoria Transit revamp and part of the aspects that Mr. Darwin just described to you, what we need to do in order to move to a more on-demand transit model here locally. And the reason we're back so soon, because it was just a month ago we were here for the ride choice, which is the ADA portion of what we do here in transit. But for the support of Councilmember Edwards, who sits on the Regional Transportation Board of Valley Metro. He was able to expedite what otherwise wouldn't be happening for another couple months. Actually, they approved it just last week at the board meeting for the ride choice, so it will go live December 1st. So we're already taking measured efforts to have that up and running then. And in the same vein, we wanted to have the same kind of conversation about what we do here locally for the rest of our ridership. So thank you for all your support in moving transit forward. So what is Peoria Transit? For topic of discussion tonight, it's all the local transit that we provide here in the city, entire city, through Dial-A-Ride, as described in the picture here, which is both ADA and non-ADA, as well as the WeRide rideshare option that we were here a year ago to introduce. And that is, just go back here. So we have 6 operators, drivers who operate these buses every day, Monday through Friday, 12 hours a day, for 180 square miles. And as we noted last month, they're above the required 95% on-time percentage consistently. So great customer service serving, and we already have a well-established 20,000 riders a year. So that factors into some of the discussion here. The WeRide, on the other side, we'll talk a little bit more as to why we're wanting to transition out of that, because there's immediate cost savings to the city as well as an expansion of service delivery. But it takes 2 dispatchers and those 6 riders under the leadership of Tremaine here to do those excellent services. So why change? Well, as we just mentioned, Dial-A-Ride, if you remember, is a 1 day in advance. You have to book it in advance to schedule it. So it does limit the flexibility. We want to transition similar to what we did with the ride choice from a 1 day in advance notice shared ride to an on-demand without shared rides. So higher rider experience and improved cost recovery. What do we need to be able to do that? Well, we need to upgrade our software to allow for that capability. It would come with a one-time software cost of $200,000. Annual maintenance, we already have budgeted, so that doesn't change. It's the same cost. But this will enable us to have real-time dispatching and true on-demand service through an app-based program, which will allow our customers to use the app and schedule the rides themselves if they so wish. We want to time that with transition from WeRide. So both Dial-A-Ride and WeRide is what I call a fixed fleet service model, meaning we pay staff. We have 6 buses and 6 drivers on our side working 12 hours a day. We're paying for all of that and serving all the rides. WeRide is a 5 minivan and 5 drivers, 12 hours a day model that we're paying whether they're transporting somebody or not. And given that cost model, we want to flip that to a more of an on-demand and at a much lower cost and only pay for the rides that are provided. So this also would expand the limited service area. If you remember, WeRide is just a little round spot in the north central part of our city that wasn't really, we didn't think necessarily serving all the population the best it could. We certainly are, but it's 180 square miles. So with this model, we would be able to save on an annualized basis about $1 million. We're currently under contract for $1.2 million. We estimate that WeRide will provide about 8,200 trips. That's costing us $142 a trip. The original, when we came to you a year ago, it was based on models that other cities are doing who don't do Dial-A-Ride, that's competing against them. We have 20,000 ridership. We can see our new model just expanding, to a level that we're going to provide much better service at a lower cost to everybody. So based on the current ridership, that's what it's costing us per trip for WeRide. Again, the Uber Lyft model, it's a new dynamic. We would subsidize only $15 a trip, and the rest would be borne by the rider. So they're in for at least 2 and perhaps more depending on where they're going. Again, we're just talking local here in the city. So we go from that small WeRide area to all of WeRide. And we would like to utilize their as our overflow. Currently, our model, we rely on Valley Metro. So if you remember last month, Valley Metro costs more per trip than we provide it, and their on-time percentage is far less than ours. And so we would be able to save model using the Uber Lyft. This is a transportation network company kind of basis. It comprised of many different providers, similar to the rideshare. But with the new pricing model, it would only cost us $15 a trip. So extreme savings that help pay for the one-time software cost, and all the other changes that we have proposed. So first, we need the software upgrade. So if the approval here today, it's going to take about 6 to 12 weeks to get that in place where we can fully utilize it for both our trips. We want to time that transportation network companies with Uber and Lyft to be seamless for our WeRide. So we have to give notification to WeRide to get out of that contract. And we just want everything to seamlessly line up. So we're not taking anything away from anybody. In fact, we're just providing an enhancement. We want to reserve December 16th to come back at a study session in case there's any feedback we're getting from what we've done with ride choice and what we're proposing here for any kind of policy implications. We don't expect to have these changes till probably January 1st at the earliest. We're dependent upon the software upgrade and then the contracts with the Uber Lyft transportation network companies. But we are, if we're able to get the approvals tonight to move forward, we want to pursue the direct mailers of the 987 ADA, which we've already sent out for the ride choice change. So we want to hit them up again because if you remember, the ride choice change was you originated in Peoria for an ADA trip outside of Peoria. We were still maintaining all the internal Peoria trips. So we want to let them know, hey, there's other options here. We're going to go to an on-demand just like you're going to have with ride choice starting in December 1st. And so we want to reach out to them. We also want to reach out to the 257 unique riders who have been using WeRide for the past year. And want to let them know, here's the transition, here's some education in how to do it, as well as reaching out to our senior centers, social media, schools, any number of different ways where we can reach out potential users of our new Peoria transit system. So the key takeaways here, there's net zero financial ask. We have enough savings between the ride choice decisions and some of these authorizations we're asking for tonight to pay for all of these. In fact, we'll save money overall. So we'll have improved cost efficiency to pay for that, to provide and add to our delivery model, a true on-demand, same-day reservation model with no shared rides. And we believe all these things will provide an increased rider experience. So we're requesting approval to authorize one-time software cost of $200,000, as well as authorization to cancel the fixed fleet WeRide and replace it with the on-demand Uber Lyft contract through the transportation network company.
Councilor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chris and Tremaine, for the presentation. So we're going to be saving a lot of money. We're going to have better service and more reliable services to our riders. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's a win-win, right?
Win-win.
So my question to you is, what accommodations are being built into the app for the new, in the new system based off of the ADA riders and those with disabilities to make their booking of their trips more easily, the request being done without any major barriers?
Tremaine, you want to answer that one?
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Edwards, great question. So recently, in relation to the Ride Choice program, Valley Metro just implemented, upgraded their customer service software to include an IVR, interactive voice response system. So with the approval by council, we will look to follow suit with that and upgrade our system as well to allow for that upgrade for the visually impaired. In addition, with the app-based program that we're looking to transition to, there are many applications currently that come installed with the Apple Store and as well as Google Play, to where you can download for screen reading for those that are visually impaired. So we look to follow suit on that as well.
So other than like some of the issues that, the folks that came and spoke recently, they were complaining about accessibility and the problems with the software, that should diminish over time as they learn the new system and we all learn a new process here going forward. Is that correct?
And that will be one of our prerequisites on our software upgrade is ADA compliance as well as adaptability.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Yep. Councilor Crawford.
Thank you. When this concept was first introduced, I spoke to a friend of mine about it who was at the meeting when it was first spoke about, and her response was, duh. And so it is a little bit of a no-brainer, but thank you for taking the time and the effort to always be open to better options. So, one question is on that outreach mailer. Do we have a dedicated hotline for questions and confusion from our currently registered writers, or will they be just calling into customer service with those questions?
I believe we're using our dispatch number, the same number they would typically. We're trying to come to a one-stop shop as much as possible, and we're going to start with that. We're going to educate our dispatchers on how to answer the questions. We'll have Tremaine and the supervisor on site to help answer this. But we're working with our Office of Communications to build some really robust materials to go out from an outreach and education on what it is, what it isn't. And we do believe over time it's going to gradually improve as we learn from our constituents. We gained a lot of knowledge and information from the previous constituents who shared with us. And again, this all started back at the Valley Metro Board meeting where Councilmember Edwards brought it here locally as well. And it concluded very nicely there as well.
Councilor Bullock.
You may have explained this. I apologize. Maybe it just didn't gel in my head. So we're going to pretend I didn't hear it yet. Yeah, sometimes I don't listen. Sometimes this doesn't gel. I apologize. So this particular system, you're using Uber and Lyft, which most people are familiar with. Are they either A, specialized vehicles or specialized training? Because the We Ride and the Valley Metro, a lot of them are special vans. They have training. They know what they're doing. It's not just because I've been out of town and used Uber, and sometimes I love it, and sometimes I'm scared to death with who drives me to the airport. Just don't know what you're going to get. So if you could explain that again to make sure I understand, because I have a lot of constituents in my district asking about this. Now they're hearing about it. Everyone's excited, so it's all good. But the question came up actually today at a liaison committee is it going to be just the typical Uber Lyft drivers, which are great people, but sometimes a little scary, or is it specialized transportation or whatnot? So just if you can help me understand that.
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Bullock, great question. We are, again, it's not just Uber and Lyft. They're the most recognizable, so we throw their names out, but it's a network of transportation companies. It includes taxi cabs, includes medical transport, and so on the front end, requesting the ride, a lot of questions are going to be asked and answered to deliver the appropriate service. So it is a choice of the rider to pick amongst them, and they have different costs and different service levels. So it's not only just your basic. It comes equipped with a full ADA transport if needed. So it's going to be the same network that Ride Choice is using on the ADA.
Got it. All right. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Awesome. I would now like to recognize youth liaisons Felicia and Annika for their questions on 21R.
I was just wondering how this would accommodate to youth comparatively to how We Ride accommodates to youth.
Mayor, Youth Council, great question. So with this transition over to this model, it will be comparable service with We Ride. Again, with the expansion of service, it'll allow more accessibility to the service. So again, after-school programs or things of that nature that youth may have been restricted to because of limited services are now available to them with this expansion. So that'll definitely be a positive in our opinion.
My question was, with this new program, what are the safety precautions and age limits for younger riders?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Again, so with the safety component of it, obviously, so I'll start off with internally. So internally, we have age requirements of 13 years old and older that can ride alone. Uber follows the same concept with Lyft. I believe theirs are 18 and older. So again, internally, we have video capabilities on our vehicles, so we do capture that as a safety component. With the Uber and Lyft model, again, so those drivers are under the Lyft and Uber model, so they do go through their own individualized training. I know specifically with Uber that they have specialized transport. You have to meet certain criteria, and only certain drivers are allowed to transport certain individuals. So that's another safety component that's included into the model itself. Again, you also have the tracking capability from within the app. So with Uber, their teen system does allow for it to be incorporated into the family. So a family of a parent of a child will be able to monitor if that child was be able to transport by themselves.
Yeah, we went out to their sites to see what safety implications they have, and both companies, the Uber and Lyft in particular, have safety features outlined on their website, so I encourage you people to look. It'll be part of our conversation as well, probably piggyback what Ride Choice is already doing, but there's like PIN verification, so you need to verify with that rider that PIN number so you know it is your rider, not just somebody showing up and impersonating. There's live trip tracking, unexpected event alerts that you can be set up for your parental control kind of a thing. So there's a lot of different ones that they both noted in there. And as well, again, this is part of the feedback we want to hear, whether it's tonight or after tonight, what concerns or unforeseen consequences could these decisions lead to that we want to incorporate contractually into our partners.
Awesome. Okay. Council, do I have a motion to approve agenda item 21R?
I have a motion for approve 21R.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And it passes 7-0. Thank you. Now recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin to introduce 22R.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, we have Chris Hawk as our Planning Director coming back to the table, and he's going to present additional information for action on a requirement passed by our state legislature that requires us by 2026 to allow middle housing in our jurisdiction. And Chris is going to talk a lot more about what I just generally described. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. No problem. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as Mr. Darwin mentioned, this pertains to a code amendment that we are initiating pertaining to a bill that was passed last year, signed by the governor pertaining to middle housing. We'll talk a little bit about what that is. But you might recall we came before the council back in September in a study session. So this bill that we're talking about tonight was among a suite of, I'll call preemption bills that were passed in the 2024 session. So when I say preemption, that means that the requirements were largely mandated or passed down from the state, and the city had very little discretion in how they implement it. This is one of those. So in the last year, relative to this bill, we have worked with the bill requirements. We have conferred with the League of Cities and other partner jurisdictions, and we've had 4 public meetings with our Planning and Zoning Commission to kind of work through, understand the requirements and work through some of the possibilities there. So tonight we have a code amendment forward for your consideration. In your agenda, there is a copy not only of HB 2721, but we also put together a briefing sheet that summarizes the requirements and our approach. So tonight I have a very short presentation just to reorient the council and the community with the bill requirements and then our approach. So to be compliant, as Mr. Darwin mentioned, we have to have the code updated no later than the 1st of January of 2026. So what happens if we don't? Well, there's a penalty clause in the state statute, and it says that if we don't have the regulations in place, we have to permit middle housing anyway on all lots zoned for single family without any limitation until we update the code. So when we think about without limitation, that potentially means no zoning controls like building height and setback and so forth. So fortunately, we're in a great position. We have a code amendment for your consideration this evening. Now, to be compliant with the bill, we are asking to amend several sections within the zoning code. You can see on the screen, they include definitions for middle housing, allowances in our residential districts as we're required to do, and also updating our parking requirements. Let's briefly summarize the bill. So again, as I mentioned, there was several bills that were dropped that were pertaining to housing and zoning. I think during that session, there was a larger perception that there was a lack of housing product diversity available, a lack of affordability, and these were the precepts that perhaps fueled this discussion. Now, to address this legislation, passed several preemptive bills. So on the screen, you can see a few of those that we addressed last year. They included accessory dwelling units. They included the conversion of commercial buildings for multifamily, rezone shot clock. So it was a lot of effort and work that was required last year. They had to be in place by the 1st of January. We completed that work with the council and commission last year. Middle housing was also passed during that cycle, but they had a later implementation timeframe of January 1st. All right, so what does this term middle housing mean, right? So what you see on the screen is you see a spectrum of housing types that go from single-family detached on the left-hand side. So you think about rising density, rising intensity as you go to the right. To the far right is your traditional multifamily residential, I would say. Middle housing refers to housing types that occupy the middle ground in here. They include things like townhomes, triplexes, fourplexes that perhaps can be compatible with single family and opportunities for affordability. So again, remember, this was largely a bipartisan bill, a preemptive bill that was passed to the city. So what the bill seeks to do is to require local communities to be more expansive in the housing types that they allow. So going further, what is middle housing? There's a definition in state statute. This is basically out of that bill, but it's essentially buildings that are compatible in scale, form, and character with single family, and they include 2 or more attached, detached, or stacked or clustered homes. So specifically, they include duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and townhomes. So what the bill says, and this is where we get into the preemption portion of it. First off, it applies to all cities over 75,000 in population. Of course, that includes Peoria. And what it says is we have to allow middle housing as a permitted use. So when I use that term permitted use, what that means is if the housing type is in a qualifying area, and we'll talk about that, then we have to allow it either through a objective site plan review or a permit. I cannot require a public hearing process, a rezone, or anything like that. We have to recognize it as a permitted use by right. So the 2 scenarios that the bill identifies that we have to allow this product type is all lots zoned for single-family residential within 1 mile of the city's central business district. So a central business district is essentially an area that's designated by the municipality that tracks community activity. A lot of times it's seen as the center of business and commerce in your community. Back in 2020, we designated P83 as our central business district. So we're interpreting that provision as it applies to P83. So on the screen, what you're looking at here is, it may be hard to read, but in the middle is, in red, is the triangle area, central business district, and then we have a 1 mile radius around that. You can see the areas in purple are the city of Glendale. They would not apply in this case. But then what we've tried to identify are all the areas that are zoned single-family residential within that 1 mile radius. So these would be qualifying districts under the bill, right? But I will note that as you look at those specific properties, I think the majority of those are already developed, right? Now, that is not to say that somebody couldn't decide to, maybe they want to remove the home that's there and come back and turn in a permit for a duplex. They would have all the right and ability to do that. The bill authorizes and mandates that requirement for the city. So that's the first scenario that apply. I would say that based on the existing land use conditions, this is probably has minimal impact in this area for the city. The second part is a little more ambiguous, but what it says is that we have to allow middle housing within 20% of any new development of more than 20 contiguous acres. So the first question that came up in our mind as we were looking at this, 20% of what? 20% of total units? 20% of the land area, right? It's unclear. So one of the things that we are going to identify through this is that 20% means 20% of the area that's being considered. And again, as we look at our landscape around the city, most areas happen to be zoned planned area development or planned community district, particularly in the northern areas. So these would be zoning districts that would not be applicable because the way we look at those districts, those are customized zoning districts. Those are not single-family districts as defined in the bill. So those would not apply. So you're really looking at properties that are over 10 acres or more in size that are zoned single-family residential. I think when you look at the larger landscape, there aren't that many of them, right? Very few of them. Now, we have to understand going forward that if somebody was to rezone 10 acres or more to single-family, we have to understand that it potentially could generate a middle housing type, thereafter in the future of that. But again, as I look at the landscape here, probably also minimal impact on the city based on our existing zoning that we have throughout the city. All right, so where does the law not apply? So there are several exemptions where it does not apply. It doesn't, of course, apply to unincorporated areas or areas that are newly annexed. It doesn't apply to areas not zoned for residential or served by sewer and water. It also doesn't apply to areas that lack urban services. So that's a term they use in the bill. It's undefined, and one of the things we did as we went through this bill is we said, okay, let's provide a definition to what urban services means. And in working with the commission, we determined that urban services means that you did not have, basically an area where you did not have refuse or electrical service, right? So essentially, you have to have those in place. You have to have water and sewer and service. If you don't, you're not a qualifying area for it. The other portion that it says is it cannot be land within the vicinity of a military or public airport. Now, these are terms that are defined in the state statute. So for Luke Air Force Base, and you look at the lower left-hand side of that screen there in yellow, that is the main runway. So for Luke Air Force Base, it is 10 miles radius to the north, west, and south, and 4 miles to the east. So that's what's termed or defined as within the vicinity of a military airport. So when you look at how it applies to Peoria, really, it exempts a good portion of southern Peoria. It certainly exempts, a lot of the area around downtown Peoria. There are some portions that are already developed in the southeast section of our city, but it exempts a large portion of that. So these are exemptions where this middle housing bill would not apply. Now so once we've determined what are qualifying locations, it's those two scenarios, the bill also contains a series of things that as a jurisdiction we cannot regulate. So essentially, as we go through this, we have to treat middle housing types where they're qualifying. We have to treat them similarly to single-family residential. So we can't be more restrictive to middle housing than we are to single-family in those qualifying areas. For example, we cannot restrict middle housing to single-story, right? So we allow single-family typically to go to 30 feet or 2 stories. We have to allow middle housing to also go to that requirement as well. We cannot restrict the floor area ratio. Well, we don't use the floor area ratio. We use maximum lot coverage. So essentially, we have to treat them the same as we would a single-family property. We also can't require more than 1 parking space per unit. So whether you're a duplex, triplex, all we can require as a jurisdiction is 1 parking space for that unit. Now, that's different than single-family, right? So that's a place where we are treating them different because for single-family, we do require either 2 or 3 parking spaces based on if they have on-street parking conditions in place. We cannot also require that the owner lives there, and that's not a big deal because we don't require that, or we can't require that anyway for any typical single-family house. And then the last thing is we can't require that these building types comply with the commercial building code or have fire sprinklers. We can't mandate that requirement. They may choose to do that. We can't mandate that requirement. As I mentioned, this was a largely preemptive bill. There were a few areas where we had some discretion. So again, in working with this and working with our commission, these were the discretionary items, and this is our approach. So as we looked at those 2 scenarios, I talked about single-family residential districts. We are recommending that we exclude PADs and PCDs from that definition. Again, as I mentioned, those are customized districts. And at any rate, if a developer wanted to propose a development of middle housing types, they already have the mechanism of a PAD to propose that and run through the process to provide that housing type. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we are recommending that we utilize the 20% modifier of the gross area of the development versus the unit count. So a little specificity there. And then as I mentioned earlier, also with urban services, that means, or that we're recommending that means to include refuse and electric utility service. During the process, we started early this year. We maintained a city website. On the city website, we had a copy of not only the House bill, also the briefing sheet. We provided a copy of all the staff reports and presentations that we did along the way, and also a draft code for comment. So as you can see, we had a whole series of public meetings with our commission and, of course, study session with you all back then. We held a public hearing with our commission on October 16th. There weren't any speakers present on this item, and after deliberation, the commission voted 6-0 recommending approval. I think they were probably tired of talking about this project, but they did recommend approval of that. Based on their action and the findings, we believe that the bill brings the city of Peoria compliant with House Bill 2721. And as I mentioned earlier, I believe that with our recommended changes, it will clear up some of that ambiguity that's in the bill and provide some certainty. But overall, I wouldn't expect the bill to have a large impact based on the existing conditions that we have in the community. So Mayor and Council, with that, the recommended action is to adopt the ordinance as recommended by the commission, and with that, I can answer any questions.
You know, maybe I'm the only one, but I hope there's other people with the same question in my mind right now. Why? I've read the bill, and okay, I get the idea. We want to have a good mix of housing. Totally for it. Why? Can you give me that 30-second answer so I can go home tonight and go, oh, that's what I missed? Thank you.
Yes, and I think in the last, or the financial picture during the study session, we talked about housing affordability, and I think that issue was really a very prominent discussion item during the legislature over the last couple of years. And so particularly with 2024, we saw even more than 4 or 5 preemption bills. There was a number of them, and a number of them didn't make it through. But there was this, I think there's this perceptions out there that the city, the local jurisdictions in large part fuel the lack of affordability because they have a limited, maybe their zoning codes are too restrictive, or maybe they need to force or mandate a larger pool of housing types to drive affordability. I believe that was the that was the discussion that kind of led the charge there.
Yeah, and like I say, I get that totally for affordable and good mix of housing. Anyway, we have to adopt it because it's state, it's state statute.
Right.
But wow, is it overly complicated for trying to achieve a noble goal? So I'm glad it's not affecting Peoria that much, because I would hate to be in your department if it was.
Right. Thank you.
When this was going on at the Ledge, Austin and I spent a lot of time on there, and this was the predominant conversation was down there. And like you said, there were, I think, 7 other bills that kind of merged, and there was a lot of negotiations around this. And they gave, there was a lot of testimony around it. They gave for and against, obviously, on both features. And I think they were trying to come up with a solution. It was interesting because we went down and presented our case of, hey, here's what we're doing, which is exactly, you present it far better than what we did. But it was in defense of our ability as a city to be able to already provide, capability. It didn't really make a lot of sense, but they're trying to find solutions, and I think that they're just trying to find the best way that they can throughout some of these cities. And this was like the merger of like 5 to 6 or 7 different bills that kind of all ran together. So that's why it looks very convoluted. So. I will sleep better tonight. So thank you for that presentation. Council, do I have any further discussion on? Do you have a question? Yes. Sorry, I didn't look that direction.
Hi, Chris. So I can appreciate what it is they're trying to accomplish. I can also appreciate that we have a great staff, and the council knows very much what Peoria is trying to do, and I think some other cities do too. What I don't get is, have we looked into the statutory and legal pathways on which the state is able to impose their will on how we zone our properties?
Well, Mayor, Councilmember Stokes, certainly as we've approached all of these bills, we have worked with our city attorney's office to not only understand it, but understand the limits here. But certainly the state, they can pass laws that mandate requirements for cities. And so we're in a position to understand them and best adapt them to our local conditions. We would prefer that these types of decisions be instigated and pushed at the local level. We think at the local level we best understand local conditions, and we're best positioned to respond to those conditions.
Okay, I'll take that. Thank you.
Council, do I have a motion to approve to item 22R.
Mayor, I move that we approve 22R as stated.
Do I have a second?
Council-
Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And it passes 7-0. Thank you. I now recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin to give his report.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I just have 3 slides this evening, so I'll try to keep it short. As we pull up my presentation. It's all right. Okay, so we can defer all 3 to the next meeting. There's nothing that's time sensitive in my report. Okay, that is my report for the evening, Mayor. Second that.
Was there a video or anything else like that?
No, there's no video.
No video? Okay. All right. Report from Youth Liaison. Felicia?
We have recently changed how we're running our committees. We went from having 3 committees, civic engagement, community service, and outreach, to merging community service and outreach. So now we have 2 committees with hopes of getting better attendance to them. And we have upcoming volunteer events in December, which I'm really excited about.
Annika?
Councilmember Edwards also gave a presentation about the NLC Congressional Conference that is going to be in Washington, D.C. this year. Yeah, I'm really excited for that. And we're also still doing our Youth Government Day presentations at the schools in the Peoria Unified School District.
Awesome. Thank you. Mayor's report. Is mine going to work? All right, so Peoria's Veterans Day celebration. Last Tuesday, the city celebrated the induction of almost 200 veterans onto the Veterans Wall. This year's event saw the largest number of attendees, with over 400 coming out to show their support for the brave men and women who have helped defend our freedoms. Thank you for all of us that joined. It was absolutely amazing. For those that didn't come, hopefully you're there next year, because we're looking for a major turnout. You can't go down. You got to keep on growing, Mary Lou, right? Like, it's got to keep getting bigger. So it was a very energetic event, and it was pretty awesome to actually see just the support they had, families coming out for their families that were veterans. Peoria's holiday season, Peoria's annual firefighters toy drive is going on right now. Visit pffc.org to find locations for the closest drop-off bins. The last day of drop-off will be December 18th. On December 13th, Peoria PD will host its annual Shop with a Cop event. More information will come out on how people can get involved and how you can get involved yourself. On December 13th, I hope you will also join us in Peoria's annual Downtown Holiday Festival. It's going to be a busy day. Enjoying good food, family activities, and the Christmas tree lighting. And finally, Peoria's Day of Giving will be on December 20th at the Peoria Sports Complex. Volunteers are always needed and appreciated, and this event serves a lot of families in need across the community. Last year, we had over 2,000 kids, and we announced the Day of Giving about 45 days out. Right now, we already have 3,000 kids registered. That was as of 5 days ago for this event. It's a huge event. There's going to be a ton of toys. I'll tell you, there's lots of employees that were here that actually came out and actually took kids through, because we need more adults to actually take kids through to actually help shop with them. And I think it's a very incredible experience to be able to do that and really give of our time and our efforts to do that. Thanksgiving, finally, I don't have a slide for Thanksgiving, I don't think, right? You didn't find me a turkey or anything else like that, right? It's perfect that we actually had time and just individual time for invocation today. I think during this time period, families are always families are separated or with travel and the way that TSA has been, unfortunately, and with the government shutdown, families won't necessarily see each other as much as they would on previous years, and that separation adds a lot of anxiety and discomfort for a lot of family. I think it is time for us to really try to provide for others, really try to look out for others, and actually try to share that experience. One of the things that my family has done this year, as an example, is invite somebody else that was a neighbor to Thanksgiving that doesn't have a family member that's near them. I think those little things like that. I'm only going to do one, so nobody else ask. But I'm just kidding. But it's important. I think it's important for us to really try to reach out to people that don't have family around them. And try to share just time with others. A lot of times in our busy lives, we don't necessarily just take that extra half an hour or an hour, even for our own spouses sometimes, or even for our own kids. But if we can share that time with somebody around our communities, our neighborhoods, our cities, or our state, or our country, I think it's just important. So, important time to remember that. So. And with that, we have one speaker request tonight, which is Ms. Teresa Christensen. And while she's coming up, I'll say this. The call to the public, as a reminder, each speaker shall refrain from personal attacks, foul or abusive language, and will maintain a civil and courteous manner and tone. Members of the audience shall respect the rights of others and will not create noise or other disturbances that will disrupt or disturb the meeting.
Hi.
I don't expect you to do any of those things.
I'm known for those. What are you talking about? I don't have the foresight to have it in me today, though, so I apologize. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Teresa Christensen, and I'm the founder of Bright Beginnings Preschool, or actually Early Child Development Center, and the founder of Building Bright Futures. Mayor Beck, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm actually here, and I gave you guys a litany of things. On the request of Mr. Bullock, I provided 2 pieces of paper. I cheated, though. One is asking City Council, Mayor and council members to consider early childhood education a workforce and economic development initiative. This goes into why it's important to the economic growth of this city and pretty much the state. And it directs a reference to a Tucson program that was a tax initiative, but that's not what I'm asking mayor and council to consider. I'm actually asking, I pivoted a little bit. I'm asking for a little bit more targeted support, just a little bit. But then I also went into why it's important, why it matters. Local businesses and neighborhoods rely on early child development. And I'm not talking preschool. So 3 and 4s, a lot of the attitude is that it can be picked up in the school districts. That's not where families are struggling the most. It's a 0 to 3 issue. That's the most expensive care, and that's where childcare is collapsing basically on itself. And so your economic infrastructure that relies on that model is collapsing. And that can be a service model from anywhere. I'm asking, my specific asks from mayor and council today are just a practical path. Peoria leads the way in almost everything. That's why you guys see me a lot. You guys are innovators. You guys have the most talented city employees. The brains are here. I know, Mr. Darwin, I know you get a lot of heat from the constituents, but you guys are really, really talented at what you do. I don't have to tell you that, you already know it. You guys are innovative, and if any city I feel could solve this issue, it would be you guys. The economic infrastructure is reliant upon these things: a formal recognition of birth to child, or birth to 5 as a child is a workforce and economic issue, and I'm running out of time. Designate a staff member to help work with me because I'm a child care guru. Explore a model and partner with key employers. I'm so sorry I'm out of time, but you have it in front of you, and I'm willing to help as much as I possibly can, but I cleaned up my asks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So with that, I wish everyone happy Thanksgiving. Lots to be thankful for. We're extremely thankful for all the staff that has endured and worked so hard to accomplish all of the dreams that we've been trying to put together, and really appreciate everybody's patience with that. So have a great Thanksgiving. Spend time with your families, and with that, we are adjourned.